The small town of Gyantse in southern Tibet is home to about 8,000 people. The majority here are ethnic Tibetan, and they live in the old part of town, whereas the Chinese, mostly newcomers to Gyantse, live in the new part. For some Tibetans, the harsh reality of living cheek by jowl with the Chinese is a daily experience. Others hold on to their traditional way of life in a rapidly changing world. In this series, we followed ordinary Tibetans for a whole year. Such unprecedented access to one of the most remote and mysterious places on Earth has allowed us to create, for the very first time, a unique and intimate portrait of Tibet today. Since 1951, Tibet has been part of the People's Republic of China. The Tibetans claim they were overrun by a vastly superior Chinese army. The Chinese maintain they were only legitimizing their rightful claim over Tibet. But what is not in dispute is that the lives of ordinary Tibetan people have changed dramatically and permanently during more than 50 years of Chinese communist rule. Gyantse is home to the Pelkhor monastery, which dates back to the 15th century. It's the monasteries in Tibet which represent the biggest political challenge to the Chinese government. The deputy head lama here is Zultrim. He's in charge of disciplining the monks and the finances of the monastery. Now his boss, head lama Shuffle, has asked Zultrim to organize the most important event in Gyantse for a generation. Zultrim has to prepare for the imminent arrival of the Panchen Lama. It's effectively a state visit by the most senior Buddhist living in China today. But the security surrounding the visit is so tight that the authorities won't even tell the monks which day he's coming. The 11th Panchen Lama was only 6 when the Chinese declared that he was Tibet's new spiritual leader, and his position has been very controversial ever since. The inevitable tensions surrounding his visit are going to make Zultrim's job even more difficult over the next few weeks. Zultrim has asked Zifun, the youngest monk in the monastery, to help. Zifun is 15 years old, and he's been a novice since he was 12. Zifun will remember the next few weeks for the rest of his life. Over the years, Gyantse has become a popular tourist destination for both Westerners and Chinese. Jinzang is Tibetan, and he owns one of the better budget hotels in town. He's got 40 rooms, but most of them are empty. It's a risky business running a small hotel. Jinzang could go from profit to loss literally overnight. And Jinzang is worried about the competition in town. With no money and no guests, Gyantse has every right to be concerned. Sifun's been held up, and now he's running late for morning prayers. At last, Gyantse's got some visitors. A Dutch couple's checking in, but they think their Chinese driver has overcharged them, and they've asked Gyantse to help.
How do you say it? Gyantse.
Like all educated Tibetans, Gyantse is fluent in Chinese. But even though they might speak the same language, Tibetans don't consider themselves to be Chinese, and there's often tension between the two.
我贵的就贵的不会说英语，但是他也不能亏我。这你们都会英语的话，你们都会英语的话，这也不能亏咱们，是不是？你就说，他就说从日喀则行了，这200块钱，这算日喀则的。
你根本没有说，最好不要说了，哎呀，咱就回去。
我就是
追查到底，
我就是好心烧他了，是不是？我就是好心烧他，他给我个油钱呀。这不对，这个太阳欺负中国人，
不是欺负中国人，中国人违法了，中国的法律。为什么你没有手续拉他们是？这属于不对哦。这次你把这叫旅局、叫公安局，反正你就。 规定了，最好你就回去。这农场的这是老就是，让了行政提名都是看吧。学过去的可安排些的，保这人民的话，讲真先生你要不忙吧？天你没啷个没现大或者什么路的话，天几个人呢你都天你我不他们这样说啊，我不是他们个天你跟这提起是，第一次来你就这样吧，都是提这干这边是。
有没有回拉萨的呀？有没有回拉萨的？有没有？
没有，现在。 你最好空的回去，这个地方好多那些开出租车的找你的麻烦哦。
Bye, how are you? Okay.
The relationship between Tibetans and Chinese is never easy, and Gyantse always prefers foreign tourists.
那我就特别差别不了嘛，每天旁边人行，加那出身下水，每天把所水旁边人人，所以加个拖呢。 인지미지 다른 게 봐写不写了马学送了吧我那阵其实开始写呀个季节过了青安写当个听着名的呢果然来偏着上俺就龙波写大中间记住青年约着用穷么着上约着去俺就表示生的就这嘛吧听见了嘛是的啊咱这差不多这写去알아도 대박 미라스를 지제 미라스는 직시나 사야서 봐 미국 또 배치해서 신경을
Chiang Mai is a typical Tibetan village, just half an hour's drive from Gyantse. 90% of all Tibetans live in the countryside, and life here has changed little for generations. Tibetan is a shaman and a Buddhist. He claims to have extraordinary powers as a spiritual healer. His knowledge has passed down to him from his father and for generations before that. This morning, Tibetan has several sick villagers waiting for his attention.
가시 림네 소노 스테산 틸로다. 림네 그냥 비슷한저 티체죠 저다.
Zeden's first patient is a woman with toothache. Shamanism was practiced in Tibet long before Buddhism arrived from India over 1,000 years ago. The shaman is part spiritual healer and part earthly advisor, and Zeden lives two quite separate lives, one in the spiritual world and the other in the material world.
멍쇼 니슈 잖아 숨지 봐. 이제 대면 십주죠. 대면 좀 보라.
Zeden believes that illness comes from evil spirits inhabiting the body, and by spitting on the woman, he can drive the spirits away. The woman leaves, apparently cured of her toothache. There's a couple of weeks to go before the Panchen Lama's visit, and Sultrim is off to find some priceless cushions for his throne. Nobody's been into the storeroom for years, and they've no idea where to look, or even what they might find.
나 도저히 잘 그지 못해. 누가 좋지? 시험 보고 봐. 이제 그거다. 이제 시험은.
오늘 다들 뭐 dim에도 이제.
거기 거.
간지 차고 이게. 나 여기
열아 갑니다.
Sultrim has to get the throne ready for the new Panchen Lama, but it's the wrong size.
아직 니네만 니 구공만 구셔 줘봐요. 코라
전혀 좋지 않아. 쉽지가 않아.
대면 도수 예티데.
저부 진대로 그때 빵리 좀 해서 드세요.
로. 디. 티타로 거로 이제.
얼른 동라니 드셔다. 동라.
Gyantse has its own Western-style hospital. A young woman's just been admitted. She's heavily pregnant, she's been in a lot of pain, and the doctor is worried.
다와 예배체 조선님 보더니 민간의 지정기 한데 용배 되는 용수도 괜히 먹고 나박한다 수고라 접겨서도 용 근데 다와 뒤나서 주잖아 보고 다 쇼시에 기능 가서도 사람들 붙이 하는 남자 민간의 나 괜히 먹고 지는 신지天배
어리지류도 이동 근데 제 맞지
Alcohol abuse is a big problem in Tibet, and the doctor suspects that this could be behind Deki's complication. Back in Deki's house in the village, her family are worried and they don't want to put all their faith in Western medicine. This is a job for Zeden. Zeden's first job is to make lu, which are offerings to the evil spirits. These are traditional figurines made from butter and barley flour. They're all part of an elaborate ritual to placate the spirits and persuade them to leave the house. If the offerings do placate the evil spirits, they will hopefully leave Deki alone. This ritual to drive out the evil spirits will take Zeden the whole day. Back in Gyantse, Jinzang is trying to find ways to improve his business. He's recently been awarded 2 stars for his hotel, but he's worried the rating might make people think his hotel's too expensive. So, he's taken matters into his own hands. But it's not quite that simple. Jinzang has to get official permission to remove his star rating. So he calls the regional tourist bureau and they've sent a delegation over to check him out. The officials are Tibetan, but like most people in positions of authority in China, they can make his life very difficult. Things have not got off to a good start. Worried that the inspectors will insist that he keeps his 2-star rating, Jinzang hopes that a bit of generous hospitality will help make them change their mind. In the end, they reach a typical Chinese compromise so that nobody loses face.
平时放在办公室里面。那我就好说了，是吧？啊，你不挂就行了，放在办公室里。这边的好了。
Back in the hospital, Deki has taken a big decision, despite her serious condition.
나바랑 지에서네다 스스로게 차니스다 초에 지지스 센테네 데니만 데리데상 다 대노 관자스 거시스 텐텐네 니만이 대노 관자치 텐네 나바 초에 통시스
시 시전老谢过 숨버제 되는데 찍 대려 티베라 하나 숨디야 단직도 하나 숨디야
다 근데 수도 차장차니 나바 니만이 이즈데 스네 초에 지나 지스베
Back in Deki's home, Zeden is coming to the climax of his elaborate ritual. It now remains to be seen whether it's the doctors or the shaman who help Deki most. The Panchen Lama's visit is getting close, and Sultrim is behind with the decorations. His tailors have been working overtime, and still they're not finished.
Nile tilebe mor pensirum ji mor kundur koja pudu chakten nain tazu minda keji mungari tir kesata tiri silse ken tango de kenu nijo tenlebe nain shozu jungni sute sienda peji gora simino sendale nain
At last, the parasol is finished, but Zultrim still has to give it his final approval.
Oh, şöyle matan. Hop. Hop.
Deki is home from hospital, and her reliance on both modern medicine and the shaman seems to have worked. Zultrim is making good progress, but he's got one more problem. The monastery is home to about 50 stray dogs. The monks are quite happy to have them around, but not for the Panchen Lama's visit. But as always, Zultrim has a plan. Zultrim gets to put his plan into action, and Sifun gets to feed the dogs with the drugged food. But the drugs aren't working, and the dogs have every reason to be nervous. So that's only 45 to go. Zultrim's plan hasn't worked and he needs help, but it's not very subtle. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Deki's suddenly gone into labor and she's been rushed to her local village clinic. In Tibet, 1 in 10 babies die before their first birthday, 3 times the Chinese average. The baby's 4 weeks premature and Deki's still not well. Like most Tibetans, Deki's family is superstitious. They're worried that if we film the birth, it'll bring them bad luck. It's taken a while, but at last Zultrim has got his monks together to start cleaning the monastery. It's not been properly cleaned since the previous Panchen Lama's visit nearly 20 years ago, and nobody really knows where to start.
장다 아무도 도자 팀 중에서 도를 저기 따고 저기 그래. 도가 나한테 가서 로데 레스에서 마도 요 마탈로 더는 자 약가 죽을. 마 당가티 마 보두르지 당자 간다 죽을. 로좀 다바지 다 감바 공바 군데 셔 건에 배지 당분면 걸. 특장다 되게 총 먹자.
와. 다시 넘바티 녀를 쳐. 언제로 되지? 깜부터. 집에 내나 내 가서서 되는데. 다 됐어. 다 와야 돼. 녀를 다시 넘바티 필수. 걸레 필요는 저거 좀 맞을 간 모untain. 신우는
안다지 깨면
시가 뒤져 사단로.
어다 더 짱나 전화다 벤저로 비비에 들어니다는 지지가 그 마음에 제가
피 다가나 좀 모르네시 주변한테 머루 전웅선 다다시나 다주 된슈 부 이제 손에 그전 제시 tin다시 놀
With the Panchen Lama's visit now only a few days away, the hotels in town are beginning to fill up. And Jinzang's had a bit of luck.
뭐가니 가바트를 세도 그나 가바직 냐면 왜 뒤르샤 양즈반대 라오조 양즈반대 비에 팀 작슈 도지 디레스 공자고 도지 버치 또 공자고 독스베스 양 공자 디네 좋아서 그 님 땅이야 매매 지게미 시부도가天空的光在民间关系了这样吧，天空上当下，天空你们去接这不老一，我这竹松子去弄住下去。
Jinzang's plan seems to be working. He's got rid of his 2-star rating, his hotel's getting busy, and there's a restaurant full of hungry hikers. Although China's had a single-child policy since the 1970s, the law has never been applied to ethnic Tibetans, and this is now Deki's 5th child. Back in Gyantse, the tailors have finished, the dogs have been rounded up, and the monastery's been cleaned. But Ziltrim's still got a million things to do, and he hasn't yet learnt the art of delegating. The Panchen Lama's visit is really good news for Genzang.
간서는 고도 장스 반대 캥도 갈. 텐도 들어가. 더 강바 강나 챘네. 강바를 숨져 주죠 좀. 강바니 주저를. 뭐서 캐나다에서 라베 다 꺼내 쟤네 안다 거 작슈지 고도 루주다 센도 떨어서 라체.
Genzang's hotel might be full, but he's now got a new problem. He needs a plumber, and quickly. At the monastery, the final security plans are falling into place. The atmosphere in town is tense. The relationship between the monasteries and the government has always been strained. The authorities are worried that somebody might sabotage the visit, so they're taking no chances. The security chief is making sure that his plans are in place.
咱们这边呢是这次84安全保卫工作，不是那个呢是咱们什么时候到位啊？做研究。他刚刚讲了，他刚刚过来了，完了也4点钟过来，要不的话呢，一个呢是平交路口比较多，再一个呢是桥那个桥梁涵洞这些呢是由这个支队警管支队在负责。
At the hotel, Genzang's builder has come to check out the problem. And it's not good news. At the monastery, Zifun's been asked to be the lead flower bearer in the procession. It's the most important thing he's ever been asked to do. But things aren't going quite so well for Ziltrim. Ziltrim is meant to be organising the visit, but Chufel, the head lama, has his own ideas about what should happen. Now, the Deputy Communist Party chief in Gyantse wants things done his way. The problem they have is the Chinese government restricts the number of monks in every monastery. Zultrim now doesn't have enough monks to fulfill the correct protocol for the Panchen Lama's visit. So he has to make the procession look as if there are more monks than there really are. It's turned out to be Jinzang's lucky day. His hotel is full, the pipes are unblocked, and the plumbers are a bargain. At last, it's the big day, and everything is ready. Well, almost. The final job is to decorate the entrance to the temple. It's almost 20 years since the previous Panchen Lama made a visit to Gyantse, and today is a rare public appearance of the new Panchen Lama. Gyantse has never seen security at this level before. It's all because of the controversy which surrounds the choice of the new Panchen Lama.
저기도 어디죠?
Gyantse Norbu is the 11th Panchen Lama, and he's now 17 years old. In the past, the new Panchen Lama was selected from a list of several candidates by the Dalai Lama. But the Chinese government rejected the Dalai Lama's choice and appointed one of the other candidates. And this is what the controversy is all about. Gyantse Norbu also happens to be the son of 2 Tibetan Communist Party members. Gyantse Norbu has been living in Beijing ever since he was chosen to be the new Panchen Lama at the age of 6. All part of his education to become Tibet's new spiritual leader. His first event of the day is to bless the monks. Outside, the good citizens of Gyantse patiently wait their turn. Despite heavy censorship in the country, ordinary Tibetans know all about the controversy surrounding the choice of their young leader. But, as good Buddhists, they accept the situation and show appropriate respect, even to a Panchen Lama of doubtful origins. Today, the monks are giving away pictures of the Panchen Lama. However, any images of the Dalai Lama are strictly banned in Tibet, and even having one in your possession could put you in prison. The Dalai Lama hasn't lived in Tibet since 1959, when he escaped after the Tibetan uprising. He's lived in exile ever since, a constant thorn in the side of the Chinese authorities. But whatever the controversy surrounding the young Panchen Lama, the devotion of ordinary Tibetan people is clear to see, and there's little doubt that today is a very special one for the people of Gyantse.
군대 돌아간 거. 림바카고 우리 혼자 오늘 혼자기 딩에기 응바 체외 미유래 하체죠. 승자. 티셔도 어디 응매기 내가 제가 딩게 돌아만.
It's traditional that monks make a wish after being blessed by the Panchen Lama.
군대 제대 전에 내가 다 찍네. 산제지 땜바타오. 니네 되는 메마 상만 대시 기고요. 안 좋아 메마 지기 제가 나래 대시 제요.
It's late September and 2 months into our year's filming in Tibet. During our time here, we've had unique and unprecedented access to film ordinary people living in one of the most extraordinary places on Earth. As summer comes to an end, the farmers are out in the fields getting in the harvest. In many ways, life here has changed very little for generations. But today, tradition is slowly giving way to new ideas and modern technology. A local builder struggles to find workers during the busy harvest. And in the local town, the monks get a chance to let their hair down. It's also a good time to get married. Everybody loves a wedding. Everyone, that is. Except the bride. Yang Dron is a farming wife, and she runs a busy household. Apart from looking after her father-in-law, Yang Dron has 4 children. And she's also married to 3 men, all of them brothers. In this part of Tibet, it's common for brothers to share a wife. It's a system which guarantees that the land stays within the same farming family from one generation to the next. Dondan is Yang Dron's second husband. Yang Dron's third husband, and Dondan's younger brother, is Zeden, the village shaman. He claims to have extraordinary powers as a spiritual healer and astrologer. Loga is Yang Dron's eldest husband. Normally, he'd be Yang Dron's senior husband, but Loga has the mental age of a child, and he can only do simple jobs around the house.
tenda zhe kan gu xie mo so se sen be bo no ma no chi kan er zu de min zha ha kho bo mo bo so so ji go sa nam san yong ji bo ta din de le nang lu de ne ten de man zu ge ju zha dang ji u xi zha la de zhu zha che che na ya de zu ta kan zhe se ni de kan se de ta xin zi xu de zhe ne kun de ma zhe wo chi le xu xi xi这个是那几个月了，这个是那他看几个月。
It's Zden's first consultation of the day. His visitors pay a couple of pounds for this special service. It's a tradition here that all important decisions in life are made by the shaman. Today, he's being asked to advise about a possible marriage, and the boy's father and the girl's mother want Zden to tell them if the couple is compatible. Arranged marriages like this are still very common in Tibet. It's also a tradition that the bride's family don't tell their daughter anything about the wedding. It was exactly the same when Zden's own wife, Yang Dron, was married. The head of Dondan's village is calling all the farmers. Every family must send a representative. Dondan's family live in the village of Tangmai. It's a small community of just 96 families, about 500 people. At last, everybody's turned up. It's not surprising, because farmers are fined if they don't come to these meetings. Even in rural Tibet, health and safety is an important issue. Home-brewed barley beer is the villagers' favourite tipple, and the village head is warning them not to get drunk in the fields. Tibet, or to give it its correct name, the Tibetan Autonomous Region of the People's Republic of China, is the size of Western Europe. With an average altitude of nearly 5,000 meters, that's over 16,000 feet, farming is a tenuous occupation. 9 out of every 10 Tibetans live off the land. Yet in this unrelenting and inhospitable region, only a fraction of 1% of the land is actually farmed. It's been a wet autumn this year and the harvest is late. Now the meeting's over, Don Dan is keen to catch up. If the crops fail, it will mean financial hardship for the family for the rest of the year. Yang Dron too is off to join Don Dan. The weather on the Tibetan plateau is often unpredictable, with extremes of temperature and long periods of drought. With the harvest being so late, the farmers know it's not going to be a good year. But there's one thing that can destroy a field of barley in seconds, and that's what Don Dan fears most. In the past, it was Zeden, Don Dan's younger brother, who performed his shamanic rituals to protect the fields from hailstones.
Koran loda toxic lot le loda toxic nobody into zane hojo hane tinsarak dongejo ta donge tenso gudijo tinre gitin nawal teosna kan chun roja tungdatena gatti chun.
The local government has now introduced a new weapon against the hailstones.
tamngemo mirjo miti zane le kundel khamal 종족안에서 근데 능악발 근데 지저닝 버리지. 땡고주 겁내로네 되는데 장드시양. 직중제면 요구르스.
The gunners hope that by seeding the clouds with silver iodine crystals, they can stop it from hailing. At least that's the theory, but Zeden will have none of it.
종세운도 오다티 장gembe 다티 미미죠이네마. 제가 무슨 multi mirjoret. 간티 한번 야디 주네 용gem스. 거기 얘네마 제가 그치스 되체.
Zeden has lost his traditional job to new technology, and with it, the 2 tons of barley the villagers used to pay him to protect them against hailstones every year. Fortunately, he's still in demand for weddings, and today he's off to start the elaborate ritual to make sure the marriage will be a success.
변전이고 당복 늘다 되잖아요. 알아 쓰르나스. 쓰샤를 용도. 쓰샤를 용도 당복 지 뭐마고 알아 샤샤를 당복 최대서 그렇지. 젠데는 알아 티체리요다. 테네 질 보나. 땡기 제주다. 질 뭐바나 테네 욕쇼 인스 변전이고. 다 드리는 접시. 너그 짜자. 저거지. 디 당보고 되잖아. 근데 저 가사 갈로 숨쉬지 롱쇼기고. 다 된게는 템버직. 동기고. 템버직 단서는 템 딜레이
거의 딱다 돼서 팀버스한테 가고 뭐되면은 야고라 떨지요. 암바부르나 죽시에선저 되는 류라 숨바도 시에선저 공배부 수출라 되는 나 죽시에선저 더바라자마 아이요
Half an hour's drive from Tangmai village is Gyantse, the administrative centre for the county. With a population of 8,000 people, it's Tibet's third largest town. Gyantse is dominated by the Pelkor monastery, home to 76 monks. The monks here have just had a visit from the Panchen Lama, the most senior Buddhist Lama living in Tibet today. It was such a great success that the monastery's deputy Lama, Zultrim, is taking the monks for a celebration meal at the Gyantse Hotel. Zifun is the youngest monk at the monastery, and it's his first visit to a posh hotel. Today is a rare treat for the monks in Gyantse, and they're determined to make the most of it. Zifun has become something of an expert at pool. It's in the marquee that the really serious game is in progress. The winnings are more than a monk lives on in a whole month. And Zultrim has more surprises planned for the rest of the week. It's an early start for Rinche, a wealthy builder in Gyantse and part of Tibet's rising middle class. He's just landed his very first government contract, and he has to get it right. But most of his workers have gone home to help with the harvest, and he's now running several weeks behind schedule. Rinche has managed to get together enough workers to make a start. But the building site is a long way from town, and the workers will have to live out under canvas. Rinche has to make sure that he's remembered everything his 30 workers will need for the next 3 weeks. At last, the workers are off, but Rinche is missing a vital piece of equipment.
다 니다 예는 또 그니 좀 지숨지 लाग다지. 네, 심지 삼아세요. 라는 죽지시에 당당한. 다지들을 대저도 돼야 먹어.
At the construction site, the workers first have to build what will become their homes for the next 3 weeks. It's a tradition for Tibetan monks to return to their family homes to help with the harvest. But Zultrim has one last ritual for the monks before they leave. Even in summer, the water temperature is only just above freezing.
지단 다른 맛이 먹을. 립지도 해서는데 까만 립지가 들어도 연내 보. 가지고 좀 주고라. 가지고 좀 먹을. 생각해서 별. 그래서 장 텐티지. 술. 볼. 집이 차 산대 강동. 아, 차 강동.
Back at the monastery, the partying is over, and it's time for the monks to return to their homes to help with the harvest. Zifun has been at the monastery since he was 12, and this is one of the rare occasions when he can go home to see his parents. Zifun comes from a typical farming family who live half an hour's drive from Gyantse. It's a great honour for them to get their son into the monastery, and in time, Zifun should bring prestige to his family. But today, he has to help out with the all-important harvest. First, they have to get the tractor working. But if Zifun is going to be useful on the farm, he still needs a lot more practice. There's still some time to go before the wedding, because the harvest has to be finished first. But that won't stop the bride's mother from making essential preparations. Jung is a potent homemade beer brewed from fermented barley, and there's going to be a lot drunk at the wedding. Zeden has lost his traditional role as defender from the hailstones, and it's symptomatic of a rapidly changing Tibet. Now that he's no longer the hailstone lama, the family's also short of money, and he has to face up to a very modern dilemma for any parent. He's hoping the head of the district government can help. Their eldest son, Jingme, has won a place at a university in central China, but the family simply can't afford the tuition fees. £500 is as much as Zeden's family earns in a whole year. It will be another 2 weeks before Zeden knows if his application is successful. Southern Tibet only gets a few inches of rain a year, most of it in summer. So irrigation canals like the one Rinche's building are essential for agriculture. To save money, he's getting his workers to quarry stones from the hillside, rather than pay £10 a truckload to have them delivered. And Rinche's got other ways to save money as well. With the foundations now completed, the stones and wire mesh along the side of the canal have to be laid by hand. Now that his monks have gone home for the harvest, Zultrim has time on his hands, and he's decided to cook lunch for his family, who are working out in the fields. With lunch ready, Sultrim goes out to find his family. There's more barley grown in Tibet than all the other crops put together. It's the Tibetan staple foodstuff, and tsampa, or barley flour, is eaten at every meal. Barley is also used to brew beer. During the Cultural Revolution in the 1960s, Tibetan farmers were forced to grow wheat, which had a devastating impact on the rural economy. The experiment was a complete disaster, and hundreds of thousands of Tibetans starved to death during this turbulent time. Tibet has now reverted to more traditional farming practices. Now there's better weather, everybody has to work flat out to get their jobs finished. Rinche still has a long way to go to finish the canal. Zifun has only a few more days at home, and he's finally learned how to drive his father's tractor. With good weather, Yangdron and Dondan have got their harvest in safely. But the family's had some bad news. Jingmei's student loan has been refused, and they'll have to sell some of this year's crop and borrow money from somewhere. Now the harvest is over, the preparations for the marriage can start in earnest. The wedding itself will be held at the bridegroom's house, and his father, Buchong, has lots to do.
중국의 미기 시절. 시집에다 안다 랍잖아. 다만에 랍잖네 공부 동민우 새 용기사디.
Rinche's workers have stopped after a long day, and it's time for a meal back at the camp. Rinche economizes any way he can, and that goes for his workers' food as well.
Let's go. That time to go to the United States. That time the Muslim Grand Bank. And you can get your catches in the German.
It's the night before Jingmei, Yang Dron's eldest son, goes to university. And he has the usual last-minute nerves. Zeden and Dondan are taking a big risk without a student loan, but further education is a priority for the family. It's early morning at Lhasa's new railway station, 5 hours' drive from the village. This is the highest railway station in the world, 4,000 meters above sea level. In the family, it's Zeden who deals with the outside world, and he's come to see Jingmei off. The construction of this new line into Tibet has been very controversial, and it's only just been opened. For better or worse, it's brought cheap travel between Tibet and the rest of China. For Zeden's family, it's a proud moment. But Jingmei has still got doubts. In China as a whole, just 4% of school leavers go on to further education. But in Tibet, the figure is much lower. Jingmei has a 36-hour train journey ahead of him. The wedding's getting close. And what about the bride? Buchong has more shopping to do. His son has nothing to wear. Buchong is the richest farmer in the village, and it's easy to see why. So that's the groom sorted out. And the bride? It's the morning of the wedding, and the bride's family are getting ready for the big event. All of the family, that is, except one. At the groom's house, things are no less hectic. While his father gets dressed, the groom doesn't seem to have much interest in what's going on around him. The elaborate wedding ritual has begun. First, the bride's parents offer their hospitality to the groom's father. Then he repays the honor. The next step is to exchange the white scarf, or hata, given as a traditional mark of respect and honor. And the bride? At the building site, Rinche is trying to hurry things along. It's important for Rinche to show that he can finish the canal on time. It will help him to win his next government contract. Zeden has chosen the precise moment the bride should leave her house for the wedding. He thinks that any other time will bring bad luck. Rinche has finished on time and under budget, but he's left it very late to pack up. At last, with only hours to go before the wedding, the bride has finally been told she's going to be married. It's traditional for the bride to show to her parents that she's sorry to leave home. But in this case, she might not be acting. None of the bride's female relatives seem to have any sympathy for her situation. It's 3 in the morning and the bride is about to leave home. Meanwhile, her family is getting her dowry ready. At last, the two families have assembled at the groom's house just before dawn, as Zeden has instructed. The bride, it seems, still hasn't come to terms with her situation. And the groom? For many people in Tibet, life isn't changing very much at all, either for better or for worse. For this is pure tradition, the marriage of two young people who were given no choice over the matter. The wedding today has really been about the union of two families, a bond which will last through good times and bad for generations. It's now 4 months since the wedding, and spring has come to the Tibetan plateau. Zonga has settled into her new family. Zonga has no choice but to accept her fate. The day after the wedding, her husband left home and went to work in a nearby town. And in a year's time, her husband's younger brother will become her second husband once he graduates from high school. It's early winter, and nearly halfway through filming A Year in Tibet. At this time of year, the temperature often falls well below freezing. Tibetan winters are cold, dry, and crystal clear. As the days grow shorter, the farmers can take a break. With little work to do, winter is a time of pilgrimage for many Tibetans, a time to pray and to make amends for wrongdoings in previous lives. The intense cold and thin air also makes winter a hazardous time for the young and the old, and the medical services are stretched to the limit. In this episode, Lamu, a young village doctor, becomes ill. She can't cure herself with Western medicine, and she thinks she might have bad karma from a previous life. In the local town of Gyantse, 5-year-old Oza is rushed into hospital with a serious heart condition, made much worse by the harsh climate, and his family fear he won't survive the night. Jinzang, a local hotel owner, finds time to make a perilous winter journey across the Tibetan plateau to set up a new business. But he soon finds it's a dangerous time of year to be on the road. And as the year comes to an end, everybody celebrates Losar, Tibetan New Year. It's coming to the end of the year in Gyantse, Tibet's third largest town. The monastery here is absolutely central to people's lives, and today the locals have joined the monks to begin preparations for Losar. This year, it's in early February. They're taking down the old flagpole, ready to put a new one in its place. But it can be risky, and accidents do happen. Zultrim is the deputy head lama here, and he's worried things might get out of hand. It doesn't look as if the flagpole is going to be any easier to lower this year. Gyantse is packed during the festival. It's time for everyone to stock up for New Year. It's also a chance for Lakpa, a local rickshaw driver, to pick up some passing trade.
这不动民了也在干似的，是吗？交警的控制公安的这干动民了，这给老大的是那的干动民了，啥子？那联系到啥了？
Winter is a slow time of year for hotel owners too. Jinzang owns one of the better budget hotels in Gyantse. It's been a good year for him, but now the tourists have left and he's got time on his hands. But not for long. Mr. Su is Chinese and he's an old friend of Jinzang's. He's just lost a court case with a neighbour and he's been ordered to pay nearly £6,000 in compensation. That's more than 10 times the average Tibetan earns in a year. So, Mr. Su has decided to take the case to appeal.
请他呢，我请检察来说有个事，他最近也比较轻松了，我也没啥在事了啊。说请上江老师不，他那块他们那边，他们不是单人一个，或者我来上江，或者我请他。
Jinzang has a bit of a reputation. He's won his own court case in the past and sees himself as a successful amateur lawyer.
有些地方，吓唬拿钱的话，吓唬拿钱，用法律拿钱的话，就这样拿钱的人，我有点不舒服，反正，这样的人是我们社会的灾难嘛。
First, Mr. Su takes Jinsang to see the site of the dispute.
他们理由就是，我这个房子这个地占了过后，这儿边也得排水沟，要有个灌溉渠，就灌这个完全正确，只是说2米的空地。这本身这个沟是我们自己开的沟，就把这沟挖掉了，那是。
In the original court case, Mr. Su was found guilty of blocking a drainage ditch, causing his neighbour's factory to collapse.
他说到的就是这个牌就他是吧？损坏的地方就是那个地方是吧？他的就是这个地方。这个地方。
Jinsang knows it'll be difficult to reverse the court's decision, so he must find a way to change his client's
这
defence.
现在再不能种地了，你看，
那还能恢复，
那些全部要，
这都叫还能恢复。
不恢复的话，都是破坏农田。农田现在国务院都有文件呗。
Jinsang only has a few days to prepare his case for the court hearing.
是吧？他们做了这个防范措施。
Lakpa is struggling to find work during the winter with his rickshaw. Fortunately, there's one job he can always do at this time of year. But already he's run into problems. Lakpa's typical of a growing underclass of Tibetans who've drifted off the land and into the towns. It's a precarious life and they survive on their wits, picking up work wherever they can. Lakpa lives with his widowed mother in the old part of town. The youngest member of the family is Lakpa's nephew, Oza.
其实听了啦，刚才看过，那确实看见了。
Lakpa's father died several years ago, leaving his elderly mother struggling to bring up a large family.
听看了，这年呢，看新路计划，现在到了特级不？现在看古么的，有些的古的讲不，看他就是统计不的说的，有些新古的看现在有些讲说的，我看的，从小老也说的吧，这个可能古的这些么说的吧。
Lakpa's about to find himself even shorter of money. It's the day of the court hearing, and Jinzang is cautiously optimistic that his new defense will win the appeal.
都是县政区政的，我们有点薄啊，最起码有80%吧。但是万一法院不公正的话，那说不清楚的事。
The court in Gyantse is like any other civil court in China, except the judge and officials are all Tibetan. In court, Chinese is the official language, but translators are on hand for anybody who only speaks Tibetan, so in theory at least, Tibetans shouldn't be at a disadvantage.
被告之一，那个什么，诉讼及委托代理人建仓是否在到庭？那么现在就正式进入法庭调查阶段。首先，请原告方陈述相关意见。
The plaintiff and Mr. Su, the defendant, are Chinese, but they've both asked Tibetans to represent them in court, hoping this will impress the Tibetan judge.
以前那个老的排水道，形容是一搞建筑就堵了嘛，那得挖地基，要挖地基嘛，切断嘛，整个切断了，切断这个水呢，只有从加油站跟蜂窝煤之间过，弄好了以后，我们用这个水泥给你弄个像样的排水道，这是他亲口答应的，当时就这个样子，其他别的没有。
It's now Jinzang's turn, and he's decided attack is the best form of defense.
自己的身份证、合法的土地使用证呀那些，证件上看一下。
He can't challenge most of the evidence, so he's trying a new angle.
有关那些施工图设计文件，必须经过有关部门审查批准。 那些手续这里面看不到，所以它的建筑物是不是合法的？不是合法的原因，没有审查批准的话，违反了中华人民共和国的哪个法律呢？建设工程质量管理条例。
Jinzang is hoping to win the appeal on a legal technicality.
怎么商量的？那好，现在宣布闭庭。那么在5日之内，我这个宣判，好吧？那闭庭。
The outcome of the case is far from certain, and now everybody has to put their faith in the Chinese legal system. Just down the road, there's an emergency. Lakpa's 5-year-old nephew, Oza, is being rushed into hospital. Oza was born with a genetic heart defect, and it occasionally causes complications. But this time it's much worse than usual. He's already fainted twice this afternoon. His mother has to get him into hospital, and quickly. Oza's best chance of survival depends on getting emergency oxygen. Kamai is a cluster of small farming villages just half an hour's drive from Gyantse. This is number 4 village, home to about 100 families. The harvest is long past, and it's time off for the farmers. But the harsh winter also brings sickness. Lamu and her husband are local doctors in the village, and they're rushed off their feet this time of year. Their clinic is part of a network of similar medical centres throughout rural Tibet. Lamu has just 2 years training, and her clinic has only the most basic medicines and equipment. She's finding it a struggle. In Tibet, 1 in 3 babies die before their first birthday, and half of 7-year-olds have stunted growth from poor nutrition. Dr. Lamu does what she can, but the stress is taking a toll on her own health. Dr. Lamu can't diagnose her own problem, and she'll have to go to the local hospital in Gyantse for specialist treatment. It's Ozza's first night in hospital, and his family are very worried. Because of the altitude, there's only half the oxygen here in winter that there is at sea level, and this is making his condition worse. Lakpa and the rest of the family now fear the worst. At the Pelkor monastery in Gyantse, the head monk Chufel has called in the painters to freshen up the buildings. It's all part of their preparations for Losa, a time symbolized by cleanliness and purification. But Chufel has his own ideas about how the painters should organize themselves. Having the decorators in can be very stressful. In the hospital, Ozza is no better. Ozza's developing complications, and they've called in a senior doctor. But the only permanent solution is for the young boy to have major heart surgery. The cost of an operation is more than Lakpa and his family can ever hope to save. Dr. Lamu has come to the main hospital too. She thinks she might have a stomach ulcer, which is not responding to treatment, and she needs to see a specialist.
포나거든.
나게 포네 나게 안가와니 좀 되게나
네스데.
아주 좋아
네, 디포하고래 쪼가. 포주지 간디민다 독자부터. 아,
맞아요.
매디가 딱 소치 뚜루다지 같이.
맞아요. 나도지 가능한 기대지.
Perhaps this time Tibetan medicine can help. Jinsang and Mr. Su have been summoned back to court to hear the verdict. It's a surprise decision.
原告提出的检疫方倒塌及水泥场地出现裂缝是厂房进水引起，要求赔偿8万元的这一诉讼请求，本院不予支持。两被告提出的原告厂房倒塌与进水没有直接关系的辩解理由，本院予以支持。
判决很公正，特别公正，我们很满意。徐老板怎么样？
非常公正，非常公正。
With the court case over, Jinsang now has other urgent things to attend to. Back in the hospital, Ozza's condition is getting worse, and his mother is distraught. It's already costing over £80 for hospital treatment, and Lakpa is angry that his nephew doesn't qualify for a free operation. Ozza is fighting for his life. At the monastery, the monks are busy getting ready for New Year. One of their main tasks is to make flowers and figurines from yak butter. The monks at the Pelkor monastery have been making tormas for more than 600 years. Every losar, the monks use half a ton of yak butter to make the figurines. It's a long job. Jinsang has big plans for his hotel, and he wants to do some shopping. 800 kilometers away in Nepal. Winter's not a sensible time to travel, and a driver just back from the border doesn't have encouraging news. Lamu's stomach pains are no better, and she's lost faith in both Western and Tibetan medicine. As a devout Buddhist, Dr. Lamu is now putting her faith in the hands of a high-ranking Lama who claims to have miraculous healing powers. With her own treatment over, Dr. Lamu turns her attention to others. She always travels with her medical bag and often treats people for nothing. But her own condition isn't getting any better. Gyantse has managed to find a driver who's prepared to risk bad weather, and he's off on a grueling 800-kilometre journey from Gyantse to Kathmandu. It's meant to be a business trip, but it's also a chance for Gyantse and his wife to have a break from the long Tibetan winter. But the road ahead is fraught with difficulties. This is the main trucking route from Tibet to Nepal, and it's all part of an extensive investment program by the government to improve communications throughout China. The road runs across the Tibetan plateau, and just a few kilometers to the south is the summit of Mount Everest. Gyantse is a successful businessman and therefore qualifies for a Chinese passport. That's all he needs to get into Nepal. However, most Tibetans, including his driver, can't get a passport at all, and it's impossible for them ever to leave the country legally. But it's not long before the real hazard stops them in their tracks. If conditions don't improve, they might have to abandon their trip altogether. Lakpa and his brothers have a new money-making scheme. They plan to buy puppies from farms in the countryside and then sell them as guard dogs in town. It's a good idea in theory, but they have to buy the right puppies cheaply in the first place.
这个太高的好。挺简单的。这没点呢。
At last, it looks as if they might have found what they're looking for.
다 간데 다 마시나니 아 근데 급디운데 말자고네 저기 볼. 다다 기나자 제조스다 그때 안기 간데 뭐로 공통제스다 제조스다 이제 다른 니네 녀에는 어저고 공 니르 딕들이고 근데 다다 서시다 지야 볼. 집상 용에스다 딩데스다 지야.
Gyantse and his wife have finally made it to Kathmandu. Nepal has always had strong links with Tibet, and today the country is home to over 20,000 Tibetan exiles.
一般藏族从西藏到尼泊尔跑，必须到这里，都必须到这里。尼泊尔的大部分藏族，都在这个地方，差不多拉萨的芭蕉节一样。
Most of the refugees came to Nepal after the 1959 Tibetan uprising, when thousands fled to escape oppression by the Chinese authorities. Even today, it's estimated that as many as 3,000 Tibetans cross the border illegally into Nepal every year, with most of them eventually being resettled in India. But for Gyantse, it's back to business. Back in Tibet, Lakpa is now looking for buyers willing to pay an inflated price for his puppies. Lakpa will have to be much more realistic if he's going to sell any of his puppies. Lamus know better. Neither conventional medicine nor the healing powers of the Lama have helped her problem. Now, she's putting her faith in something different. A holy cave an hour's drive from Gyantse, which is said to have unique healing powers. The cave is in the shape of a giant belly, and the locals believe it has the ability to cure stomach problems. As a devout Buddhist, Lamu suspects that the cause of her illness might go back a very long way. Lakpa has been forced to lower the price of his puppies. At last, they've made a sale. That's not quite what they hoped for.
你懂俺的宁波这个了，别我们这样这呢，把第四个，休息俺自己留。大家自己留，我这个俺自己，我这个。
Lakpa and his brothers may not have made as much profit as they hoped for, but there is good news. Ozza's feeling better, and he's about to be discharged from hospital. In Tibet, patients can get 70% of their medical bills refunded. But many people struggle even to make up the difference, and they try to avoid coming to hospital at all. At least the family now have enough to pay Ozza's hospital bills. One of the main reasons for Gyantse's trip to Kathmandu is to find a new chef. But he's arrived unprepared, and he's called an old friend, Uggs, to help out.
No, he just called me to find his cook. And I was surprised, like I just told him before, like why don't you call me before you come here so I can find him.
Gyantse met his chef once in Gyantse, but he's lost his telephone number. No amount of searching is going to help.
So we're trying to sort it out from his cards, but he don't know what is his name. At last I got one piece of paper with some Nepali name. So I'm going to check with him to call on his number. If it is lucky, this is jackpot.
所以没有计划那么多，是吧？
对，来的以前又是一个节日没有过完嘛，节日期间喝了一点酒嘛，喝了一点酒呀，去亲戚熟人家里过个年呀，就这样喝了一点酒以后，头脑更不清醒了啊，几天就是迷迷糊糊的，啊。
The monks at the Pelkor monastery are still busy with their devotions. The small flat discs represent the real spiritual energy in the turmas, and they're usually shaped as delicate flowers. Gyantse hasn't found his chef, and he'll have to leave Nepal without one. Now he's worried about the next part of his trip.
听说尼泊尔和印度的边境，他们几个派呗，现在证据有点乱，这样的话安全一些，我们是tourist，不是什么他们本地的，分清楚。今天到伦贝林，伦贝林是释迦牟尼诞生的那个地方，那是很重要，说快到那个伦贝林那个地方的路，听说不好。
In Nepal, the army is fighting Maoist insurgents who are active in this region. It's not uncommon for the Maoists to set up roadblocks and take hostages. Or even worse. Lamu is no better after her visit to the holy cave, but she wants to try one last treatment. This could be her last hope for a permanent cure. She's putting her faith in therapeutic hot springs. Not surprisingly, the owner of the hot springs has total faith in the treatment. Lamu can only hope the treatment will do the trick. Jinzang and his wife reach Lumbini unscathed.
这里是佛教的圣地吧，释迦牟尼诞生的地方吧。我们藏族，如果能来的话，必须到这里来。打算以后更多的人组团，带到这些佛教的圣地来见一见旅游。我想的那些都回来以前就都想好了，不然的话自己都什么都不懂的话，反正就这个地方到了，就是这个就这样的，这个样子就这样，简单的可以解释嘛，是吧？更多的不能解释了。
With his visit over, Jinzang is heading back to Kathmandu for unfinished business. Ozza's back at home and feeling a lot better. But there's a nasty surprise for Lakpa. It's a disaster for the family. 2 of their prize puppies have died. The family's hope to save money has been dashed. In China, there's no safety net for people like Lakpa when things go wrong. In Kathmandu, Jinzang is a man on a mission.
Please introduce your. I have hotel. Yes. I have a hotel in Gyantse, Tibet. In the future, please book our hotel.
With all his brochures gone, Jinzang has one last job before he leaves.
现在买那些 餐厅用的那些，这个考虑一下。How much?
It's not easy shopping in a power cut.
50.
No, 55.
Do we have light?
Light here.
Here.
Light to light. Yeah. 2008 November.
How much is cheapest price?
36.
36.
Yes. This is wholesale price, huh?
不会多。
Mostly 10的 tuna 15.
我想买多一点，这个有效期不长。
soup 真这个。
10,360. Correct?
Yes, correct.
It's correct.
Very, very correct.
Very, very correct. What is this? 质量，主要质量。质量不行的话，那就现在危险。
At last, the power's back. And it's just as well because Gyantse is worried about the small print.
这是最好的。有效期呀，那些都有这。这些都连有效期都没有，说明是假的。
天呐，那上一次最后一次你来进这货是什么时候？大概。
这样不要问了，上一次那些是没什么这个关系。这样问的话不行的，有些商业秘密呀，那些根本都是吧？那上次你什么时候进那个？
Gyantse's visit is over, so he and his wife head back to Tibet.
Goodbye. Bye bye.
In Gyantse, Lakpa and his family are putting their financial worries behind them as they begin to celebrate Losar. But this new year, they can only afford the cheapest cuts.
디레다 종이 지금 농구를 거의 나서들. 다음에 서서히 나는 거 근데 나도 예 찍으러 그랬나. 어디? 아니 산지도 다다는 거 다 예반에서.
The monks are also beginning their New Year's celebrations. Losar is a time when Tibetans visit their monasteries and make offerings for the coming year. Dr. Lamu is making her New Year visit. Lamu is hoping the power of the Tormas might just help relieve her pain. For most Tibetans, Losar is both a religious and a family festival, and it lasts a full 15 days.
那别的。
For the moment at least, Lakpa's money problems are forgotten, whilst his family celebrate Losar. Even 5-year-old Ozza is back to his old self again, at least until his next medical crisis. Tonight is a chance for the family to banish evil spirits from the old year and to make a fresh start in the new. The monks have finished their preparations, and the job today is to raise the new flagpole. It's a key event in the Tibetan calendar. The whole town gets involved, and once again, the monks are in charge. Despite 50 years of Chinese rule, the Tibetans still retain their own national calendar based on 5 elements and 12 animal signs. 2007 is the year of the fire pig, which predicts 12 months of financial turmoil. At least the flagpole is going up more easily than it came down. With the flagpole finally secured, New Year's celebrations can start in earnest by throwing barley flour as a gesture of good luck for the coming year. It's midwinter in southern Tibet. At this time of year, the temperature often drops 20 degrees below freezing, so there's little for farmers to do until spring arrives and planting can begin. In this episode, Butri, a lifelong Communist Party worker, gets a big surprise as she approaches retirement age. Lakpa, a local rickshaw driver, heads north in search of work. But he doesn't get the welcome he was expecting. And in Gyantse, the monks at the local monastery have discovered that some valuable statues have been stolen. The police suspect it's an inside job. This is Tang Mai, a small village just half an hour's drive from Gyantse. These villages were once the commune set up by Mao Zedong in the 1960s, and they're still run according to strict Chinese Communist Party guidelines, under the leadership of a district party secretary. Helping him is a team of local Communist Party officials. People like Butri. Butri joined Mao Zedong's Communist Party 40 years ago, and she's clearly a die-hard member.
ngemen chedan de ji zo nyungbe de shine hagu jibo de san digi ni kongden dang gadi ni de na nangyo ni so shine hagu jibo.
Tibet has been part of the People's Republic of China since 1951. It's through village meetings like these that the government is able to exert rigid control from the capital, Beijing, in a country over twice the size of the European Union. In Gyantse, Tibet's third largest town, the police are always busy. It's early morning. There's been a burglary at the monastery, the latest of a series of thefts in the past few weeks. The monks have discovered that 2 irreplaceable statues have been stolen. For Chuffel, the director of the monastery, the loss is a big blow, but he's even more worried about the likely culprit. The burglary is going to give Chuffel some serious problems over the next few weeks and bring him under the close scrutiny of the local Communist Party. In the main town is Lakpa, a local rickshaw driver. He's part of a growing Tibetan underclass that picks up work wherever they can. He's recently met the girl of his dreams, and they're already talking about settling down. Lakpa and Daron have been living together for the last month. In most of China, this type of behavior would be frowned upon, but not apparently in Tibet. At the monastery, Chuffel's got his hands full, but it's not just the burglary. He also has problems with the behavior of some of the younger monks. Now, to make matters worse, a work team's been sent in by the local Communist Party to check out what's going on. Chuffel knows that it's not only the theft they want to talk to him about. Chuffel knows that the work team will be taking a very close look at how the monastery is run.
다 십제도 되지 마시야 쉬어야돼. 이내 다 건조기 짠내 십시치시 다시 공도 쉬버는다. 레친이야. 더담도 마당 같은 릭디치시 된대기. 미교 예술기도.
He's genuinely puzzled over how the statues came to be taken. Already, the party officials are beginning to make changes. Truffle understands that changes must be made. The next order from the work team is for the monks to check the inventory. With security so poor, the work team have ordered all the valuables to be put away in a locked warehouse. All 5,000 of them. There's so much to do that even the head lama himself is helping out. Lakpa is waiting outside the monastery for a fare, but trade is slow. He'll have to do better than this if he and Daron are going to have a life together. With too much competition from motor rickshaws, Lakpa needs more than one string to his bow.
卸货的这些人路边就是蹬三轮车的吧，随便一叫就来了吧。这人很老实。哎，就是老实，造出人干活老实的很，干活可以。你看该头我落的面粉落得好好的。
And the pay?
十几个，挣不了这么多的。
Unloading trucks is just one of Lakpa's many casual jobs. Butri is on one of her regular visits to the local nunnery in her capacity as a Communist Party official. Throughout the 1960s, there was wholesale destruction of religious sites in Tibet. It's estimated that over 6,000 Buddhist monasteries were destroyed and only a handful survived. Today, the monasteries and nunneries are gradually being rebuilt, but the lives of Buddhist monks and nuns are strictly controlled by the government. And this is all part of Butri's job as a local party official. Almost every part of the daily lives of monks and nuns is regulated by the government. It's a way of making sure that any dissent or opposition towards the Communist Party is detected early and dealt with swiftly.
출루 제다메 제 양현다게 지기 점이 누버 미누버 뭐 딘데기 나 공발라 메게 내 참에서 유기볼.
Communist Party regulations are so strict that people like Butri aren't even allowed to visit monasteries unless it's part of their official duties.
주는 땡니 somebody 다 소소소로 있는데 다를 땡 예레서로 공부를 많이 하면 저서로 제 년계를 들으니 많이 칭해 뭐 하나도 놓지 마시는 콜라미 워시게만 바이신 현다지기 니면배다 이트마다 생해 뭐 얼 만나 공부라 더도 거질 것이 어디 양지 손도 속여 줘 뭐. 그냥 꼬라 겨우더니 손도 낭 되고 게 처차이다 미다. 그래서 디 피어 뭐 진짜 봐라. 니 출루래 된 수인이 태안에 제요 뭐 더 예리요. 티체. 니 그것이 손도 쉬고 걸어 줘. 콜라 이분이 티노도 지소정로게 식지 예다 시리게 이다. 뭐자 계세요베도. 그분랑도 니부게 기만아. 저리 여보. 나 한조라. 생은 락교다 딘데까지 쇼요스. 이양나 메다 딘데다 알아. 견도 독순 제다 지기베 되미균다. 야나 고기다 디네도 돼요 송치. 이 배지래 그것이 고무쇼를 배색다. 근데 저는 어디에 공부하는 것도 더는. 근데 kingang chi le ching ne kunde chana nga sa bungje ba ma je bunga ba ma je je ah gong shu che ni jiang ai na gong nga se li ja.
Butri has dedicated her life to the party for 40 years, and like all Communist Party officials in Tibet, she had to renounce Buddhism. A big decision for any Tibetan. But old habits die hard.
Kisa so na din so so rang ge ne Chelsea gi ne de ga la tin de ne de lo yin wo da ti la ga ngan shin de che mu si ti ne de ne ko ba rang gen jin di da gen bu de ji gan le gi bo ga ji de.
Lakpa is at home with Daron, and his brothers are complaining about the lack of work in town. Ever since migrant workers from other parts of China came to Gyantse, wage rates have gone down. Lakpa has a new plan to earn some serious money. He wants to work on a building site in the town of Nachu, 600 kilometers away. But Lakpa's plan does have its risks.
That's all thing so does. Time Genja, that one to Junga maybe visit young boy, got a good young or something. Good that and Gallic Dutch Unema Junes and that. What how did she near Zidaga?
유튜브 시작하자는 말을 내가 알레 유네 라고미 혼자만 티베트는 뭐 니나 바이바이 쟁이나.
They have only a couple of days to prepare for their long journey north. At the monastery, the police still haven't caught the thieves. But the work team wants the security improved immediately. Deputy Head Lama Tsultrim has been told to make changes. His first job is to install metal grills around the most valuable statues. It's the morning that Lakpa and his brother leave for Nachu. Dadon is going, as well as Lakpa's sister-in-law. Lakpa's mother is nervous about their plan. Traditionally, the kata is given for good luck. Lakpa's mother has no idea of the trouble her sons will soon face up north. Lakpa's sister-in-law, Yang Chen, will be staying behind to look after her two little boys and his mother. The 600-kilometer bus journey to Nachu is going to take them 2 days, and it's the longest trip that any of them has ever made. The The Chinese Communist Party constantly worries that some monks might secretly support the Dalai Lama and actively work towards Tibetan independence. They see this as one of the biggest threats to stability in Tibet. There's no suggestion that this is the case in the Pelkhor monastery, but the work team are very worried about the general behavior of some of the monks. And they're using the burglary to take a very close look at what's been going on. The monks might resent the intrusion of the officials, but there's nothing they can do about it. And there's worse to come. Lakpa has arrived in Nachu, a remote and desolate town in northeastern Tibet. Here, high on the Tibetan plateau, the winters are long, dry and cold. At night, temperatures often fall 20 degrees below freezing. There's plenty of work here for people like Lakpa, because the locals prefer to have Tibetans build their houses rather than employ migrant workers from other parts of China. In the next few weeks, Lakpa's going to find out just how tough things can really get. Every year in March, throughout China, the Communist Party holds local meetings to coincide with the People's Congress held in Beijing. And it's the same in Gyantse. This is just another way to get the party's message across to a nation of 1.3 billion people.
刚才书记这个重要讲话呢，一共有3个部分啊。第，这个呢，每晚3这个来对也不别个估计调控的呢单位呢，直接给村里产生的，制作给单位的呢，上游这些提到了一个的呢，供应给的呢，能不停的100%，大停的7估100%，工作情况的报告。
In previous years, the Pelkhor monastery was commended for its good work. This year, they didn't get any praise. They weren't even criticized. They were simply ignored. Even after more than 50 years of communist rule, the natural rhythm of the seasons still dominates life in the countryside. Spring has finally come to the village of Tang Mai, and it's the beginning of the planting season. Tibetans celebrate over 20 traditional festivals a year, and Butri's job as a Communist Party worker is to make sure that people behave themselves during the celebrations. Today, it's the cow racing festival, and Communist Party rules aren't going to stop Tibetans from having a good time. The group have been in Nachu now for over a month, but there's been trouble on the building site, and Lakpa's been accused of fighting. Now the builder wants to confront Lakpa about the trouble he's caused. They've all been thrown off the building site. The group has to leave Nachu quickly, and the fastest way out is by train.
Sit down. 硬座还是卧铺？
硬座。
204。
我这来龙马河呢， 아버지가 민다야. 아자 뉴를 비주 강다게 뉴를 비주.
이 본결을 송다니 대지 구릉야 대지 별. 우르다는 그 권다 자마도 다든 그 짝짝은 딱도 비신신. 태운데니 태야 자마도 그 대지 누르 군데진 심을 거라는데 준인데 나는 스페인 텔레가도 그러면 뉴르 띠리고 시작다. 소정이 남는이 부시면 그 내로는 아들라. 그때 대진한테 고용나 또도 난가. 제
많아. 여기 내년 주의다 라지. 车票我看一下，这是装什么东西啊？这是装啥啊？这个是打工的，不是什么危险品，不是，已经检查了。11小车票应该，这放在座位底下啊，这太重了。拿上去了。上车吧。From Chengdu will leave at once.
This is the first time that any of them have ever been on a train. The new train connecting Tibet to the rest of China is the highest railway in the world. It travels at an altitude of over 5,000 meters, where there's only half the oxygen that there is at sea level. Despite their problems in Nachu, Dadon is already thinking about her future with Lakpa. At the monastery, Chufel is cracking the whip, and he's called all the monks together. He's about to read them the riot act. The deputy lama, Zultrim, is responsible for discipline. He's just instigated a new policy of bonuses and fines in an attempt to control the behavior of the monks. Unfortunately, there are more fines than there are bonuses.
가마서 꼬마 쇼제 티사티바 머시미 균주의 콘트롤에 민더니 소직은 투어되는 투고죠 균주는 갑자 이마치 영인은 갑자 정원 주민은 갑자 디제 딘디 간고라 달루자르케 마랑에 메자네 캄바스나 디제 디니 니제 두고라 단니 너니 로고라베 조주되고라 소고 디제는 니제 두고 동보고라 실동 뒤자 실주 정도 니제 제주 담초 지능내 조주 니제 두었디 이몽우준 부바도 주군 실을 자리 되고 소진 이몽우준 남자 부바도 주는 남자
Chufel freely admits he's struggling to maintain discipline in the monastery.
지로를 디어를 간사다 대지 쉬어 잡아 다 망체 죄를 준비신에 죄냐면 생기です 이내야 다 칠라지기 바과 쉬는 정했습니다. 고사가 나도 갈라서리 지속이 통과 철동발 이내 다 교셔고 마칭 낭면 낭라 쪽에 생겨서도 우딘 낭라 쪽에 생겨서도 범어다 가버시게 생겨서도 다 대지는 사셔이네 직접 돈받다 숨마수 생기다 내서도 다티 코코라랑게 미 교셔더라랑게 팀내 가와 다 상계 때문에 기타 자와 시승이죠. 텐선에 가외 그 내주 여비나 코라랑 다 약슈리에 삼산도 교쇼 코라라미 런구표 이내다는 런구 공수제와 이네.
Lakpa is back in Gyantse, and when all else fails, he can always fall back on his rickshaw. In Tangmai village, Butri's got yet another problem to sort out. 6 months ago, the local school building was condemned as being unsafe, and the children had to take their lessons outside. In her position as a local Communist Party official, Butri was asked to organise the rebuilding of the schoolhouse. Unfortunately, things didn't go too well. Butri was supplied with poor quality materials and the cement wouldn't set properly. Butri is a party worker, not a builder, and she was clearly out of her depth. For Butri, however, complaints are exactly what she's going to get. Lakpa's new plan to make some serious money is to buy a motor rickshaw.
还有妈妈那边借了一点，还有二哥那里借了一点，这样，反正认识的借一点，还有我的有一点家里以前存的有一点钱嘛，这加上认识人借一点，这样生意还算可以，这个可以，一天能赚到50、60这样吧，油钱一天能花13块嘛，这样可以。
你今年弄说不接，你的价值他车厢可上去呢，俺们都没着，俺们都没着接，好吧？谁情没有吧？喇叭弄个喇叭，肯定弄个，
哪都弄了，
很弄的。这里你动股票我就接呗。
那是，啊，你动股票过来动的，
啊，
股票过来动的，
肯定牛的。
是啊，牛些呗。
天牛的，天牛呢？我们白天你动股票上可得钱，你动股票钱得钱上什么可能？
嗯。
我拿到，好。
Lakpa has never owned a motorbike before, but in Tibet you don't need a license, and insurance isn't compulsory either, even for a passenger rickshaw. At last, Lakpa might just be able to make a new start in life. The government work team is back at the monastery, and they've come to approve Tsultrim's new security systems. For the first time in its 600-year history, the Pel Khor monastery is now under the watchful gaze of 21st century technology. But the monks also rely on more traditional security methods. Despite all the best efforts of the police and the party officials, they still haven't found the culprit. Butri's been called to a meeting of the village heads about the school building, and they're not very happy. Butri's been put on the spot, and she has to justify her position. All the heads of the local villages are very critical of Butri's work. It's Butri's job to sort out the problem and report everything to her superiors. The problems with the school building are going to come back to haunt Butri. Lakpa is now in business with his new motor rickshaw, and he's trying his hand at being a tourist guide too. He's taking his first customer and an interpreter to the old fortress in Gyantse, the site of an epic battle with the British when hundreds of Tibetan soldiers were slaughtered by a vastly superior army. In front of a tourist, Lakpa's response is predictable.
这边差不多2个月的钱，每天的我们吃饭拿这些钱，这个对人家的那些全部还清，就赚了很多钱。我也想一个不开摩托车，然后又想是开着人家开的时候，这只不过是现在对现在情况来看到梦想嘛。
The work team has now been in the monastery for several weeks, and Churful has got the message loud and clear.
다 어두라는 게 다고 자두어지 나라는 세시 다 개치쇼고 난 시슈베 삼바스 간다르 대바 딘데도 어디 용시야 뭐다 간 요아디 다 말락 다시 저당 간나서 미워미 버기로 한데
Butri has just come out of a Communist Party committee meeting. Both she and her district party secretary, Kime, are shocked by the news.
다른 가서 두르고 다듯이 스며들라 티셔스
나 땡기 기오들 땡기 차요들 태견도 이 볼로 납중이가 연도도 심발로 투지시네 간다도 준비 로레르네 도 봐야지
내가 진짜 곱들 다 간다 다 비리해서라 뭐
다 따라 민로 표서도 다 망게 뭐중게 숨자도 숨절에 뭐중게 더도 된게 민내 가요 저디 공내 가이네 가요 다 더도 내가 저거 닝질 쓰니 티나로나 누도 유는 아셔다서 건드려와 유도 템벨
Her village has no say in party decisions like these.
다想的가 예세 단단히 버즈 장제 보면 뭐整个19个乡镇吧，这几乎都就没有平民吧。
Although Butri's worked for the Communist Party for 40 years, she's never had a written contract. And without one, she won't get a pension. Butri now faces an uncertain future. For nearly 600 years, the Pelkor Monastery has been a centre of Buddhist learning and meditation. But Tibet is no longer isolated from the modern world, and the monasteries are no exception. In this last episode, we see how life here is changing through the stories of 3 monks. Zultrim has to face up to the realities of running the monastery under strict government control. As he approaches the end of this life, Dondrup, one of the oldest monks, is preparing for the next. The youngest monk is Tsifan. His relations with Dondrup, his master and teacher, fall to an all-time low. Now he's facing the ultimate disgrace. The Pelkor Monastery is central to life in Gyantse, Tibet's 3rd largest town. For over 50 years, Tibet has been under strict Chinese communist rule. During that time, life in the monasteries has seen dramatic change. The deputy head lama is Tsultrim. As the accountant, Tsultrim has to balance the books, and he pays the monks out of entrance fees and donations. The youngest monks get about £20 a month. Dondrup gets over 70. It's very different from when he started 70 years ago. "70 years on, Dondrup is now Tsifun's master, and it's his job to pass on the Buddha's teachings to his young novice. Without Dondrup, Tsifun might never have got into the monastery. The Chinese government is worried about the influence the monasteries have in Tibet. One way they exert control is to strictly limit the number of monks. There used to be 1,500 monks at the Pelkhor monastery. Today, there are fewer than 80, and Tsultrim constantly struggles to find enough monks to perform the big ceremonies. Today, every prospective monk is vetted by the local government. It's a process that can take several years. So it was a great honour for Tsifun's family when he became a novice over 3 years ago. But he still has to prove to the monastery that he will make a good monk before his appointment is made official. When he's not looking after his master, Tsifun should be spending all his time learning the sacred texts. But this teenager finds it hard to concentrate, and it's going to get him into serious trouble. There are hundreds of sacred texts to learn. In the 1960s, the Cultural Revolution caused turmoil throughout China. Mao's Red Guards went on the rampage and destroyed many of these ancient scriptures. It was a traumatic time for everybody in China. Zifun is still too young to understand Dondrup's experience during the Cultural Revolution. Chanting prayers is central to a monk's daily life, and they start before dawn. A young monk has died suddenly, and Tsultrim has to organize the funeral. Just another of his many responsibilities. This is going to be Zifun's first sky burial. It's the morning of the ceremony, and the sky burial master is ready to receive the body. It's a dangerous time between death and rebirth. Buddhists believe it can take up to 7 weeks for the soul of the deceased to be reborn. The relatives asked us not to film the real ceremony. They feared the soul of the dead monk could become too interested in the filming process and delay his departure to the next life. Family members don't come to the ceremony. Their grief would hold back the soul and slow down its journey to the next life. The sky burial master is skilled at dissecting the body.
他估计懂了嘛的呢，养个用几没了，养的啥考哟？他天天是囊死的，他囊死呢，他可别做了做的，他囊结死了。那个是他可别那个估计懂了许久不去。他的学了嘛的呢，养个弄住去。那么三天去，对金别。
It's early winter, a time of pilgrimage in Tibet. Dondrup's coming to the end of his life, but as long as he can still travel, there are places he wants to go to gain merits. He also knows that if Tsifun's going to make the grade as a monk, he has to be inspired. So they're off on a pilgrimage together. But first, they have to make themselves presentable.
다 집에 담마시냐미 고라 즉 사간데 번냠냠 때 직치시에서는 무시함이 독자 두 분들 제가 하면 올
엘레젠들 상주
작은 거니 떨어져 봐 있어요. 이놈아 말로지. 아, 그렇지.
저 좀 차 놓지.
그렇지.
차 좀.
要把脚下。
我这也变多少姐。
去了吧个说。한발 잡지. 자주 주기 인자. 가봐요. 너무 피지.
네.
이제 용.
Buddhist monks and nuns keep their heads shaven as a symbol that they've renounced the material world.
타님인다. 가사와 지용이. 절대시. 지디. 시아장이.
They're off to a famous monastery, but Tsifun's just found out there's another part to the trip.
你也拉萨去吗？
对，我不去谁拍你？是吗？
拉萨是对我是不得吵的。不高兴。为什么？是不在我吵了？
哪里？
这是10块钱的。师傅买的。
师傅买的。
是师傅买的，师傅在我买的。这个女这的。哎，叔叔，等一等吧，你把它等一等是。
Before they get to Lhasa, Dondrup wants to make a pilgrimage to one of Tibet's oldest and most important monasteries. The Gyantse monastery was founded 600 years ago, but during the Cultural Revolution it was completely destroyed. This is just one of over 6,000 monasteries that were ransacked at this time. However, most of the buildings have now been restored.
녀슨
이모 숨을 내거리 되냐면 나간 것도 좋냐고. 비자 야구체. 슈만 자와 상고 야구지 영하지. 당부 당자들다 간데 또려 말이 되는 지래버리. 간대래 간대냐마도 탱 가시 잡버리. 다리들 냠소대 낭드는 탱 당고리 다리. 근데 간 야구 시자 상샤 간대.
Most of the priceless statues and paintings at Ganden were lost during the Cultural Revolution.
그 언제 알아서 삼百등. 장즈가 잖아. 그만으로 자체 망해요 선생님.
Ganden is one of the 3 great teaching monasteries in Tibet. The present Dalai Lama took his final exams here in 1958, just a year before fleeing into exile. At its peak, there were over 6,000 monks here. Today, there are just a few hundred. Next stop is Lhasa. It's Tsifun's first visit to the capital, and it's going to leave a big impression on him.
저 시절에 담이디 다리 나 로토브시라체. 다 다리 타면서 이제 다 로토브시라리. 다리 진짜 유튜브 뒤에는다 로데브로 시부차스. 슈만 자투도 미드슨 히아토야 요 말봐. 딘데리.
전부 다人. 차종에서 루토 남자
디아리. 조르무지 군딜.
The Jokhang Temple is in the center of Lhasa and dates from the 7th century, when Buddhism first came to the region. Today, it's one of the most sacred pilgrimage sites in Tibet.
남보 선조군데 다양한 지리방을 다 대시 서는 반다 같이.
The city is going to leave a lasting effect on the young novice monk. Dondrup is going to regret the day he ever took Tsifun to Lhasa. It's coming to the end of the year, and Tsifun is back from the bright lights. The monks are preparing for Losar, Tibetan New Year, and Tsifun's doing his bit to help. But after their pilgrimage together, things are no better between Dondrup and his young novice. The monks are making tormas, butter sculptures in the shape of delicate flowers. It's all part of their elaborate preparations for New Year. As usual, Zultrim is running the show. Zultrim has been worried about Tsifun's behavior since he got back from Lhasa.
니도 대고 뺐어. 미리.
남주도 야고 된게 다 지긴 롭션 지긴 세도 세게.
근데 팬왜?
It's getting close to New Year, and Sifun has a rare chance to go back home. But he can't get away from his master that easily.
우리 자원은 생각하고 싶다. 주제 생각을 기계 하시고 나라고 아, 저 주도 알아서. 그러고 차이는 간다. 네.
Sifun comes from a large farming family who live just outside of Gyantse.
나지 엄마. 나지 나왔어. 동가이. 나지 엄마. 엄마. 여기다 줘.
지금
쉽죠? 가져. 신입에.
Like many women in this part of Tibet, Sifun's mother is married to 3 brothers. Any one of them could be Sifun's real father.
给我们介绍一下这2位是谁？
你的巴拉吉，不是你的朋友。不是他巴拉差别，巴拉是有，咱们不不是。你的是安那巴拉强嘛？他哪有那个是啊的？
哪里是做？
大概了天就马上跟着回去，早年的就马上跟着回去。
现在，再动。
Sifun's father has brought some monks from the Pelkor monastery, including Dondrup.
다 로직이 간직 파츠에서 이내에 직다 배우고 lokso 선로 이내에 딘데기 로레를 디리리 선로된 서서 당직세가 딘데리.
If they can afford it, most Tibetan families invite monks into their home once a year for a blessing. It's also an opportunity for the monks to earn something extra and have a good meal.
lạc đến thế thật ta để chỉ mi sáng bữa chỉ xem nó xong cái cái thì ta phải ấy hàng là thế còn bà ra rồi là sẽ chỉ còn được cái chuyện gì tháo ra sẽ chỉ chém xuống đó sẽ đến cái mình ra xuống đó gì vậy chứ chụp chỉ giờ sáng bữa xong đó xem nó xong chỉ còn bà thế thọc với xong đó chừng nó xong xin chịu lý ta để xin chịu cái thằng nào sẽ chơi trò vào hả sao vào 저기 다 수직 땡긴 있고 한색 완전히 대샤라 정도라 예매 삼고나 도낭다 예매 소정나 대체는 그 코다마당제 대산 지도 당기 삼록 당동다 기레라 시다 저는 알레 드리블 상사와 연기
The new year is over, and Dondrup wants to make one last pilgrimage. It's somewhere he's always wanted to go. Tsultrim's come to the Potala Palace in Lhasa to see his brother. Tsultrim's brother Gesang is a senior monk in charge of security at the Potala Palace. The building was spared the destruction of the Cultural Revolution. All of the thousands of priceless statues and tapestries here survived intact. Lake Namtso is one of the most sacred sites in Tibet. At nearly 5,000 meters above sea level, that's over 15,000 feet, it's the highest saltwater lake in the world. This is Tsifun's last chance to show his master that he's committed to becoming a monk. Dondrup wants Tsifun to understand something about Dharma. It's more than just the theory and practice of Buddhism. It's a profound understanding of the fundamental laws of existence, not something you can easily explain to a bored teenager.
어디 점자산 중기를 씁니다. 점자산입니다. 맛을 잘 되네. 내가 집어도
쉬어도 돼. 집에 야 쉬어도.
일단 집어서 그러면 연설하다 저번에 진짜 오늘 사라진디네 저번 진짜는 쇼고 때깔 잘 사주는다. 이제 집어서래. 양조선으로.
사자 델레잖냐 하장 켜주시 뭐 제도 면자도 때도 면자도가 언딘데 켜주서 나 얘기 전부 좀 시다제도 내셔 시다요 루딘들 해버려요 농다 동야디 나라도 주어시 레베나로 주어시 사주 멜롱 주어시 조배하러 봐 중시대 대부 용어제도 대 농다 땅 거래 아 중시대 대부 용어제도 농다 땅 거래 봐 최지 라손 남다 치면 약전 랑상 계획이 그거요. 산제 출루와 상제가 그거요. 어딘데서
Tsifun is back at the monastery just in time for spring cleaning. The pilgrimage to the lake was not a great success.
당에 콜라르와 잡야데 지금 야구차 렛다도 저렇게 비싸죠. 한다고 매 차야 텔이야 레요. 민도 텔 취요 말이야. 비싸죠. 대체 취지下单是. 가게요 말 로코비가 짜가리요.
Dondrup is furious. He's just found some damning evidence in Sifun's room, and he's asked his father to come to the monastery. This could be the end for the young novice.
심지어도 처로 얼 초보로 늘신듯이 하 쇠자도 비절로 주시에 갈라간 건 요래 다 뒤에 혼도야 빠르잖아 페이지는 해자로 봐지 해자 지도 남바디 초부시로제 뒤에도 강부 통고 나오는데 되니 뒤에는 거면 그 댄스다 거면 댄스다 루틴도 익시 됐다지 뭐 낭마다 지금 텐데 볼 둘도 장 땡기고 많이 한번 두고서 나간다. 빠니 나간다. 네, 지지. 언도스. 나스. 당 아산라 사면 무슨 다로 코. 됐어.
근데我有现在还重。
对的，三个天拿回来。在哪个兄弟见的？那得原来工作了。他现在做了你可能还会见，可能还会见，你签进可能就下那么几天，比较着其实距离近的，还是老是讲的。老是还是讲的，比较着其实几天签进可能，俺说你那。 나도 너를 아도 동자 얼 차단지려면에 강통전은 균의 통민우 자디 통민우 또는 사민우 미국 뭐 안바보로 뭐 그러려다 좀니 거 가서 형기고 점점라니 저기 점점라니 메제 그 진대배 맞아 아 망자도 쓰다 저거지 찌진이 인간이 사니고 저면서 너를 이제 배웠다你看住也高吗？我们看一下，慢慢也叫一年呢，2年去，2年去，今年现在的，你呢？我们这些，你呢？这比你家远大，跟你家远大，地老的了，可能一个那个的，可能你边生去要，你可以在。 200생 뒤에 봐. 뒤로 아그래 뒤가 뒤에. 때때 맨들 방식. 니 야니르고 처로 몸쇼제. 근데도 그게 공단이다.
내가 그래서 학대라리 유틴데.
학대라 사지. 알아서라는 시가 식소서. 내가 한편 통하면 내 하자. 공부 대초 총이네. 신의 잠들 아들 된 초. 다른 건 미니 막 gel렸어요 미노. 가제 그게 많이 한번 칭송아 동노여베다 동노. 파지 날 수에 참이네. 근데도 제도 봉한테 길려가 지금 근데 고랄 때는 이또 사사다 버리지가 버. 이미 생겨지요 다 최터리.
When times are tough, Zifun retreats to his favorite noodle bar.
这个用这个公司定用的，好有，都是这是才知道你这，可能知道。人家定了的，你要是打过这不漏，你要是，你这上的，滚到，这最我这什么一层人个都是那么上着。
Zifun's father has every reason to be worried about his son's future.
시골 간데 샤미야 삼상다 거 나서 때에서 송다 거 막음다. 얘는 럽스 송다 대려 치기 능다 뭐 응한 동안 마지 장사 비자 삼천 갈래죠. 비자니 집 타지 주스도 여루가 예래 지고 뭐베. 근데 올티 다가 대사 지도 남백한 대사다 미 거리 리자라만 바다 간 공배고 비셔 텐데 장볼.
그래도 왜 내로 당내 대실 때 술다.
Zifun's father is right. Times are changing, and many of the younger monks are giving Zultrim problems too. But somehow he has to organize what few monks he has for the Buddha's birthday. The monks are making the centerpieces of the festival, the mandalas. They help them to focus on Buddha's teachings during meditation and invoke the blessings of the deities. The layout has to be geometrically precise. The outer circle contains images of human suffering on earth. The patterns draw the mind into the center of the mandala, where the monks meditate on the meaning of emptiness, an essential stage on the road to spiritual enlightenment. Finding the girl's hair grips in Zifun's room is the last straw for Dondrup. The monks are about to start the main performance for the Buddha's birthday, the Cham dance. But Zultrim's facing an acute shortage of monks, so Zifun is safe for the moment.
코로나 명시 경매 dindaraa yaa marda. 다 코로나 독쇼래 공반이. 들어가서 코로나 독쇼래도.
수선의 때 전화오면 툭툭툭 담주도와. 제가 하서 버티는 남산 준주기. 다 단에다 줄람 진짜다 전화도 야우차 안상 그 호랑 담다 디탐 지단지 체잖아. 이게서 섭지 마시고서 마 제제 샤워를 샤발로 용민우스다.
The Cham dance takes place over several days. It's an ancient performance where the monks evoke the protection of the benevolent deities. This is the highlight of the year for the people of Gyantse. It's an escape from the hardships of daily life and a chance to show their respect for the monks and their reverence to the monastery.
간접 송술. 참다 그전 동네 영화 가지 장점 그 하는 춤도 제가 만들어서 춤을 추는 데 좀.
It's coming to the end of Saga Dawa, the day before the Buddha's actual birthday. It's taken 40 monks 5 days to make the 3 mandalas. Destroying them so quickly is a reminder to the faithful of the transient nature of life. It's the end of May, the night before the full moon of the 4th month in the Tibetan calendar. It's the climax of Saga Dawa, and for Tsultrim, it's coming to the end of a month's hard work. Tsultrim has one last job, to raise the Pelkor Tanka. It's a priceless tapestry weighing over a ton. Local villagers have come out to help. The tanka has to be carried up the hillside to the foot of the walls of the monastery. The tapestry is the size of 4 tennis courts. It's an hour before dawn, but already the people of Gyantse have come to pray. This is a triple celebration. It honors the day the Buddha was born, the day he found enlightenment, and the day that he died. It's said that every merit earned and every step taken on a pilgrimage is multiplied 100,000 times on Buddha's birthday. It's a way for believers to earn even more merits before passing on to their next life. Tsultrim's worked hard to prepare for Saga Dawa but he's disappointed with the turnout. Students and anyone working for the government are not allowed to attend religious gatherings, and that's the reason for the poor attendance today. It's just another way the Chinese government subtly controls and manages the people. After more than 50 years of Chinese rule, much has improved for Tibetans. They're wealthier, healthier, and better educated than ever before. But are they happier? As in the rest of China, the Tibetan people have no choice over their government, which controls practically every aspect of their lives. Yet despite this, the government hasn't been able to stop most Tibetans from finding a way to live according to their deep-seated traditions and beliefs. But things are changing fast. And things are changing for Tsifun too.
师不想，师傅放的，我也这里有，师傅我做生意了，我也病了。跟老师的那个就是在国内讲是的，前两天下边嘛就就是的，弄把手弄个去，师傅原来个这个钱是。 路上在讲的是，那女人路上在给演出不去。这个是说，
He and Dondrup have parted company. But the monastery's so short of monks, they're keeping Tsifun on and have placed him with a new master, Losangla. In many ways, the tension between Dondrup and Tsifun reflects the changes happening throughout Tibet. Dondrup has never been part of the modern world, and he doesn't understand its ways. Tsifun is the new Tibet. A Tibet which is rapidly embracing the 21st century. Now, Tsifun and Dondrup are going their separate ways. As in the rest of Tibet, the gap between them continues to widen.